This is Engineer Mouaz Al-Shahmeh, Google Dev Library author in Flutter and Dart, Google developer, software engineer. What we will talk in this tutorial, we will talk about Flutter, apps development by Flutter. This is my Linktree QR code. I am Mouaz Al-Shahmeh, content creator on YouTube, Medium, Stack Overflow. I have many badges on Stack Overflow. I have silver, bronze and gold, many of them in my account in Stack Overflow. I write blogs on Medium, also on Google Dev Library. Also, I participate or contribute for many events with Google developer groups with Flutter technology and Dart programming language. I publish many tutorials on my YouTube channel about Dart programming language. I have one about 3 hours. Also, I published data structure and algorithms with Dart about 4 hours on my YouTube channel. Developed many applications on Android, iOS, Windows, Macintosh and web, and many of them with Flutter technology. What is this tutorial purposes or aims? We are going to achieve these purposes. First, apps building by one code base by Dart programming language and cross-platform. Cross-platform, we mean write one code and deploy anywhere with 6 platforms stable with Android, iOS, Mac, Windows, Linux, web. No Null Safety programming, which released with Dart 2.12 version of Dart. This is very important feature with Dart programming language. Also, we will achieve build interactive and responsive apps for multi-screen sizes. That means media query of context and uses of it. Responsive design for multi-screen sizes. Also, build beautiful, fast and native apps by Flutter. We will achieve using effective routing between apps screens. We will talk about navigating 1 and navigating 2.0, which is very important topic and feature with navigation with Flutter, which is navigation 2.0. We will talk also about declarative thinking or declarative UI, declarative routing with Flutter with package named CoRouter. Also, I published package on pub.dev named Meta SEO. I use Meta SEO with CoRouter package. We'll talk about data management in app effectively and deal with relational and non-relational database. That's mean data management, which is state management in application. State management, we have many packages or methods we can deal with it, such as provider, block or qubit, riverboot or any other package or state management method or tool. Also, we are deal with relational and non-relational database with schema database or no schema or SQL or no SQL database. Also, we are differentiate between databases work with internet or online or offline databases, which is located into your app without need to connection of internet or the server. Also, achieve app tests in real case and prepare it for publishing into app stores. Fortunately, I published many of apps, of Android apps for Google Play Store and iOS apps in App Store, in Apple App Store, and many of them have good rates on stores. The same idea for Windows apps, for Microsoft apps, Microsoft Store. The same idea for Mac apps. We will talk about app tests also, performance topics, and DevTools topics. We will talk about clean code, apps programming by state management. Clean code, that mean differentiate of business logics in your app and architecture your app wisdomly, depend on your app itself. That means you decide the architecture or design pattern related to your app or business logic in your app. What is the components of this tutorial? We'll talk about Flutter Introduction firstly. This is big topic and we will cross it fastly as we can because there is many of topics. Last is most important from introduction. Many of them is very important for real app development by Flutter technology. Then we will talk about development environment configuration. We'll talk about Android and iOS, which program code, IDE, integrated development environment. Also, we'll talk about run first your first Flutter app. We'll talk about Declarative VS Imperative, which is the most important topic with the Flutter. In my opinion, Flutter is based on declarative. The structure of Flutter or any enhancement in Flutter technology or Flutter architecture is based on declarative. From first edition in 2018, from first edition of Flutter, any enhancement or update with the Flutter SDK, you compare with changelog, you find it related to declarative topic. Maybe in my opinion, this is the most important topic in Flutter development or Flutter environment. Declarative thinking or declarative UI or declarative programming, whatever you name it, you call it, it is declarative, not imperative. This is the difference between what you need or how you need. Imperative related to how you program or how your UI user interface is structured, but declarative is related to what you need. Finally, what you need, what you program, what the result of your program or any user interface. This is declarative. We'll talk about responsive design, media query of context, also gallery of Flutter, which appear Material 3 and Cupertino design for Apple, or Fluent UI for Windows 11. All of them you can use by Flutter in one code base with responsive design. Responsive design also from enhancement in Flutter SDK from media query of context. You can now of foldable devices, you can know the middle points of foldable device such as Samsung Ultra or Samsung foldable devices. You can know what is the middle points of your device, so you can design the right section or the left section what you want in responsive design. We'll talk about null safety. Null safety is the most important topic in Dart programming language. This feature is most professional and modern in Dart programming language. Maybe I don't find this feature in any programming language. We find null safety, but maybe there is exceptions in many of programming languages such as Java, Kotlin, Swift, Objective-C, any other programming language. There is exception of null safety, but if we call it null safety, there is another topic in Flutter which name it or call it sound null safety. That means when you write the code, there is announcement or warning about null values of your attributes when you are coding. This is most important feature in Dart programming language, which name it sound null safety. There is not existing in any programming language, in my opinion. Sound null safety. Also, we will talk about state management. State, this is mean by data in your app, data management in your app, state management, whatever you name it. We'll talk about state management with Flutter. There are many of packages with state management, and this topic is most stressful idea for developers, for apps developers, mobile developers. Any of them really stress of this idea or this topic. We will talk about state management. What's the difference between state management of mobile apps and web apps? In web apps, we find two approaches: server side or client side. The server side, maybe we use sessions in web apps, maybe use sessions or local storage. All of them is servers or server side session. But client side maybe use cookies or local storage in browser. This is named client side states or state management. There is two approach: client side or server side. But the apps, the idea is different, because apps, in my opinion, the apps, it is near to client side. Client side, you need something of state management, but you need to consider the performance of your app, the headache of memory, the headache of your app on memory, on RAM of your device, on network, on any other features, on CPU of your device. All of them is imported in your apps programming or apps development for mobile section. We will talk about provider, we will talk about book or Qubit, we will talk about Riverboot. Also another topic, we will talk about keys. Although state management is existing in Flutter development, the keys is still important to know or to understand in apps development. Keys, if we say everything is a widget in Flutter, we will continue the phrase to every widget has a key in Flutter. So it consists of keys or distinguish between the keys for global keys or local keys. We'll talk about them in details later. Also we'll talk about routing with Flutter. The routing with Flutter, the difference between navigating 1 and navigating 2. We'll talk about some packages, and the most important packages Go Router with declarative routing navigation 2. We'll talk about Go Router with navigation 2.0 for declarative routing with Flutter. Also we'll talk about database options. There are many of database options. This is the strong feature with Flutter. Is there many of database options? You can deal with it from local databases, SQLite, SQL Entity, Hive, or any other package, or you can use JSON. We'll talk in details with database options. Also you can use online packages such as backend as a service, for example Firebase, which is NoSQL database related to MongoDB or JSON or document databases. Also we'll talk about backend as a service, which named Supabase. Supabase related to SQL database, relational databases, related to PostgreSQL. And if you don't need backend as a service, you need to deal with API. Also this is approved or possible. You can use APIs over HTTP or DO packages. There are many of them. You can deal with it. If we talk about API, we talk about any backend technology. You can deal with it. For example, PHP Laravel or C#.NET, .NET MVC, .NET Core, whatever, or JavaScript, Node.js with Express, or Python with any package or framework with Python, Flask, Django, Fast API. You can deal with any backend technology by API with Flutter. Also, we will talk about these topics in details with database options. We'll talk about performance tests. This is important for mobile apps, also for web apps. Performance tests is important. Tests of memory, CPU, network, any other of topics. Also we will talk about debug mode and trace your code. Also there is another topic is app builds types. There is 3 apps builds type, which is debug, profile, release. Which of them I use in my app, where I use which of them, where I use debug, where I use profile, where I use release, we will talk about in details later. Also finally we will talk about some conclusion and resources references may be useful for you. Let's begin. Flutter Introduction. We will talk about aims of this tutorial or objectives. Now we'll talk about Flutter Introduction. What is a Flutter? There are many people or experts or Googler define the Flutter. Many of them define Flutter as front-end technology. Many of them define Flutter as framework for Dart programming language. But we return back to the Flutter, how it defines itself. Flutter itself is UI toolkit, user interface toolkit. This mean is UI toolkit, Google portable UI toolkit for crafting beautiful natively compiled applications for 6 platforms: native, stable, mobile, web, and desktop from single code base. With Flutter 3.3, about history of Flutter. Maybe we talk about history from first edition Flutter, nothing. Flutter 1.0, nothing with Flutter. Horrible, nothing. The performance is terrible. Flutter 2.0 is the most movement or the most change with Flutter. With the Flutter 2, we find Null Safety. With the Flutter 2, we find support stable for Android and iOS. With the Flutter 2, we find support stable for Windows. This is big change with the Flutter. Also for Macintosh, support Apple Silicon, all of them with the Flutter 2. 2 point any number, but Flutter 2. With the Flutter 3, also nothing. With the Flutter 3, say hi, I am here. nothing changes with the Flutter, or big change. We say it big change, nothing. With the Flutter 2, in my opinion, this is big change with the Flutter 2. This is short history about Flutter. Maybe with 25 of January 2023, maybe with the Flutter 4, any change it, maybe support embed systems, maybe support 3D with Embler graphics, maybe these ideas, maybe improvement of web server side, maybe this ideas or these topics enhanced with the release of 25 of January 2023. Maybe I expect them, but with Flutter 3, nothing. All of changes or big changes with the Flutter was handled with Flutter 2. We will talk about hot reload and hot restart. This is big feature with the Flutter. If you deal with Android apps, you deal with hot reload. You need to restart all the app if you change anything to see it in your app. The same idea for Apple. You deal with the soft UI. You need to you need to reload. You need to totally reload the app to see any change in your app. But with Flutter, there is a very good feature which is hot reload and hot restart. When you code, you see the result. This is good feature. Also with Flutter, we talk about one code base in Dart programming language. The knowing of other platform technologies may be useful for you, but not necessary. You can use packages for specific platform channels, for Android, iPhone, Windows, web, any other. But you write with one code base, Dart programming language. There are many compared development environment which is cross-platform. We find Xamarin of Microsoft. Xamarin, maybe the same for Flutter, but with Xamarin, Flutter is over Xamarin with animations. We find with the Flutter very good animations with 2D rendering engine, which named Skia. We'll talk about it later. Skia deal with 2D rendering engine, but with this rendering engine, graphics rendering engine, we find very good animations with the Flutter. Maybe with Impler, with the 3D, we find the negative area or disease area of a Flutter with a 3D, which is Unity from Microsoft. Unity is specialized for 3D apps or 3D games, which is better than Flutter until now, before Impler is stable. Also, another cross-platform technologies, React Native from Meta or Facebook. React Native is based on JavaScript library or framework. You deal with components. Maybe is more difficult from Flutter or that programming language. The same results you can have with Flutter and React Native, but the programming language, in my opinion, is moved to Flutter or near to Flutter rather than framework of JavaScript. We will talk about that programming language is high level programming language, which is have many features: object programming language, object oriented programming, OOP, clean architecture, null safety, async await, future, any of them you'll find with Dart programming language. If you program with any programming language before, such as Java, Kotlin, Swift, Objective-C, or any other C#, any other programming language, modern programming language, you are very familiar with Dart programming language. But if we will talk about JavaScript, this is long story. I know person, without naming him, he started learning of JavaScript from 30 years. Until now, he is learning JavaScript and not finish learning, because if you talk about JavaScript, you talk anyone with JavaScript can create a new feature, can create his own aspect of programming with JavaScript. This is more difficult idea with programming language from JavaScript, because this is more difficulties or troubles you have find in your path or your learning path. But if you deal with programming language, famous programming language concepts, for example, object-oriented programming, any other related programming concepts, you deal with familiar programming language, such as Dart programming language. Also, we have Kotlin Multimobile, KMM. This is cross-platform, but in Kotlin Multimobile, here you need to configure with iOS. You need to write settings for iOS. This is no one code base, so I prefer Flutter. Also, if we compare with native apps, the native apps is better than Flutter. Why? The native apps, you communicate with native SDK, native APIs, so such as Android SDK, such as iOS SDK. You deal with native SDKs, native APIs. So the programming language, the platform itself is created, so it's the better for this platform. The good ideas or the good news, Flutter, you can read or write any platform specific code into your Flutter app, and the reverse is correct. You can write Flutter code into platform specific code. You can write Flutter into Java or Kotlin. You can write Java or Kotlin into your Flutter app. The same idea for Swift. This is platform channels. We'll talk about platform channels later. The same as we talked about before. 6 platforms: mobile apps, Android, iOS, desktop apps, Windows, Mac, Linux, web apps. What is the structure of Flutter? 3 layers. Embedder. You talk about platform specific, then code into app or library. Another layer is engine. You deal with C++, library to support primitive rasteriization, I/O, input output, Dart runtime, plugin architecture. The top layer is framework, Flutter framework or plugins, high level features, or Flutter framework. You deal with it as a developer with Dart programming language, Dart reactive framework with platform layout foundation libraries. The architecture of Flutter is different with web because no engine. You deal with browser directly. Flutter framework consists of many of things such as foundation, painting, animation, gestures, rendering, widgets, styling, text controls, and UI theme, Cupertino material. The 2D rendering engine is Flutter based on until now is Skia. Skia is 2D rendering engine. Graphics supported platforms Windows 7, 8, 8.1, 10, Mac OS or later, iOS, Android, Ubuntu, any other. The Flutter team now is working about Impler 3D rendering graphics, which is modern graphics API based on Metal of Apple and Vulkan, which run on many of platforms such as Android, Linux, Windows, any other, or PlayStation. This APIs run on PlayStation or Xbox games. Now it is modern graphics. This is Metal of Apple and this Vulkan. It's modern APIs with the 3D. Again, this architecture of Flutter with the web, the architecture is different. We deal with browser directly, JavaScript, C++, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Canvas, WebGL, WebAssembly, and framework simply as it. Material, Cupertino, widget, rendering, painting, animation, gestures, foundation. What is the tree of Flutter? There are 3 types: widget tree, element tree, render object. Widgets configuration, element lifecycle management, render object, paint, or user interact with. For widget holds properties, public APIs. For element manage references, and element tree represent a widget in the tree. Render for know how to size and paint. Layout children listen to for input hit testing. When user input response to user gestures, keyboard, touchscreen, etc. Second animation will begin. User interface changes triggered by the tick of a timer. Build app code that creates widgets on screen. The rendering process will start. Layout, paint, composition, layout, positioning and sizing elements on the screen. converting elements into a visual representation, composition overlaying visual elements in draw order, and rasterize translation output into GPU render instruction. This is life cycle of interaction or framework processes of Flutter. Again, the tree of Flutter: widget, element, then render tree, container, color, look here, container, component element, but color box, render object element. We don't see component element, but render object element with render tree. This is platform channels, specific platform channels. It is just differentiate between names, name Flutter view controller, Flutter view, Flutter method channel, Flutter binary message, Flutter engine iOS shell, Flutter engine Android shell, custom Android code, custom iOS code, Flutter framework method channel, binary messages, custom Dart code. Maybe if you refer to any package with the pub.dev, if you open any of code or GitHub repo of any pub.dev package, you find native codes in package such as Android, Java or Kotlin, or iOS, Swift or Objective-C. Then you call with your app by method channels, method invoke. This is platform channels. With the embed systems, this is different idea. We find embedder or engine. With embed system is not totally system or operating system. It is part of operating system, such as Linux embedding for Flutter, C++. We find many of uses of embed system with smartwatch, smart fridges, smart homes in common. We find it in cars, screen of car or system of car. This is embed system, such as Toyota system is embed system. Also we find it with Samsung, for example, Samsung code devices, it's embed system. Also we find it with BMW. BMW says our system is totally with Flutter technology. BMW posted article about Flutter technology in his website. He says, or they says about total system of BMW is based on Flutter now. Changed all systems to Flutter before it's cross-platform. Not system, but embed system. This is tests of embed systems. All of them is done. Only one not tested. Tizen system is famous embed system used for smart screen, smart fridge, smartphones, smartwatch. Any of them use embed system. The embed system is not stable until now, but working on it is under process. This is Flutter Introduction. Now we'll talk about development environment configuration. We'll talk about development environment configuration with Flutter. You need to get device properties such as 8 RAM, enough space in your hard disk or SSD or hard disk drive. You need enough space for Flutter SDK. Then download the Flutter SDK from the website of Flutter, and then you need to download code program such as VS Code for Flutter, VS Code, Visual Studio Code, Android Studio, IntelliJ IDEA, and VS Code. You need each of them in a specific platform, such as Android, you need Android Studio, and Apple, you need Xcode. For publishing, for CocoaBots, for Java JDK, you need, for app signing, you need specific programming or specific code program. With Dart, you can program with any program code, such as Dartpad online. With Flutter, we find zap.run, zapp.run. With Flutter, it's online compiler for Flutter. It's good, needs some improvement, but the idea is good. You can write Flutter online. All you need to connect with GitHub profile or GitHub account, add code Flutter. It simply is this. Similar to Dartpad, needs some improvement, but it's a good idea. You can use GNU Emacs, Eclipse, and Vim for that Dart programming. If you open VS Code, Visual Studio Code, you find extension of Flutter. You need to download it. If you download it, the Dart automatic ask you to download and then accept. Flutter and Dart package. You need to download, then it's easy to run your first app. Just Command Shift V, then Flutter new project, choose application, choose the destination, name Flutter app, enter. That's it. Your Flutter app is done. With all of platforms, Macintosh, Web, Windows, Android, iOS. If you need to run the app, just open emulator, and run the Flutter app. You need to run with browser. You can, or you need to run natively Macintosh app. Also you can. It's simple. interaction with platforms. Hey, we run it on native Mac application. It's run and run with browser for web platform. It's just like this. With web browser, if we run, all things is correct and run perfect. Also the iPhone 14 is running well. All things run correct. Okay. If you want to run with Android also, it's possible. So we return back. If we want to run Android apps on Android Studio, easy, click new Flutter project. Decide Flutter SDK path. Next. Name the project and locate the project. Okay. We want to add into folder, some folder. Okay. We choose any platform we want from 6 platforms: Android, iOS, Linux, Macintosh, Web, Windows, and the language Java, Kotlin, Objective-C, Swift. Just that. We click finish and all codes we need exist. Now we find the project. If we want to run Android device, just run Android device. The same for VS Code, Visual Studio Code. The same idea. Just choose the device. If you want Chrome, Macintosh, Android, or iOS, iPhone, just run the application. You find it's running with no problem. Wait for the Bug to run Android app. It's running well. If we click add button, the number is increased. In Windows we need CMake package to download. Over that, to run Flutter application on Windows, you need to download CMake in Visual Studio program to run Windows Flutter application. Return back to slides. So we talked about some introduction about Flutter, then development environment configuration, and run first Flutter app in 6 platforms: Windows, Web, Mac, iOS, Android. The Linux is the same idea to all of this. Now we move to declarative versus imperative. What is declarative? What is the imperative? As we talked firstly, declarative is what you want from your code or UI, user interface, or anything. But imperative is near to how to code or how you want your code. Declarative and imperative is simply when you code into Android, you use XML user interface, you deal with XML. But if you now Android team working on get back combos to move to declarative way, but first or older than get back combos, you need to deal with XML to illustrate user interface. This is near to imperative. Another in iOS or Swift, in iOS, Apple, you need to deal with the Swift UI. The same idea, but in Flutter, you need to deal with Flutter, Dart, and Flutter framework, Flutter UI toolkit. You don't need to deal with XML or Swift UI or Fluent UI with Windows. Nothing from that. You deal only with Flutter. With Flutter, you can use Material, you can use Cupertino for design of any platform, but we deal with one code base and declarative UI. Just declare the things you need and you get the result directly. The equation of declarative is UI equal if state. UI is the layout on the screen, user interface, equal your build methods multiplied by the application state. We will talk about state management later in details, but now look at this example of Dart enhancement, latest enhancement for Flutter 3.3 or whatever. Before the enhancement from enum, you need to declare enum and the extension, make extension, then override all of that. But in declarative way, don't need to extension. Less code, have the result faster than before. Use override to string, then use the attributes in enum. Declare attributes into enum and override the toString easily. Print water frozen. Just that. This is the equation of declarative. The declarative of Flutter. Also, if we talk about map or for loop, if condition, if else condition, while condition, the while condition, whatever, you don't need that. With Flutter, the concept of map, declare the list or whatever you want to loop it, then name of list dot map element or one of the list, then get the result directly, what your result you needed, into callback of the function directly. This is one example of declarative. The declarative is the base of Flutter. The structure of Flutter is based on declarative mainly. We talked about declarative, Flutter Introduction, then we talked about environment configuration, what you need, and run the Flutter first app in 6 platforms. Then we talked about declarative and imperative. Now we will move to responsive design. What is responsive design? With Flutter you can deal with multi-screen sizes by media query of context. With media query of context you can use size with many attributes, size height, size width, any of them you can use it into your app and configure the size pixels and do the design, prepare or related to what you want from the design as responsive design. It's similar to media query with CSS and web, the same idea. Here no breakpoint. Here you can find directly the breakpoint or what you need from design or from pixels of the screen. You can access every pixel in your screen from Flutter apps. Media query of context now with foldable devices, as we talked in Flutter Introduction. With foldable devices, you can with media query know what of middle pixels in your foldable device. Then you can design the right section you need whatever, and the left section you need whatever you want. Or you want to switch or move something from left side to right side, or by touching, drag and drop, anything you can deal with responsive design. With Flutter, as we talked first, Cupertino, if you want to use Cupertino, the design of Apple, you can, and you can use design of Android with Material 3. Material 3 is very good features enhanced about Material 2 or last versions, previous versions. Material 3 is good concepts with design, modern design of Google. Material 3 for Android. If you want to use Windows 11 design, also you can by Fluent UI package. I wrote article with detailed about all of these packages in Medium, in my account on Medium. I publish full article about these things. There is website called galleryflutter.dev. You can access all of them. You can show the design, you can show the code of any widget you need, all of them in excellent website called Gallery Flutter, attractive website. You can access all many of widgets with explanation and it's very useful to know widgets and how to use it. If you want to use material, there are many uses, for example menu, and what the code, many of them. If you want to use Cupertino for iPhone, iOS, such example activity indicator, and this is the code. If you want documentation, if you want information, all of them detailed very well. There are many of them. Very good website if you want to know all of them. Now we talked about responsive design with Flutter. We move to null safety with Flutter. With null safety, there is a concept of null safety. It is default of variables of any object. It is default to null. So if you want to, or nullable, if you want to make it nullable or non-nullable, you choose this. But the default value is non-nullable for the warning. To if you forget, for example, to assign the value to the attribute or parameter, the compiler warning you about this attribute, it's maybe have null value. This is null safety. Null safety was published first edition with Dart programming language. Sound null safety is available in Dart 2.12 and Flutter 2. This was big movement or big change with the Flutter. What is null safety? Look about these examples. With a string here, if it's nullable, we can find directly null value or string value. Here not nullable, so if we need null, we must be across all of projects to get null value. The same here, nullable types, here non-nullable types. The same here, if the object is null, look here, from parent of tree, directly we have null or the object. With the object, number or iterable, number we have integer double, iterable we have list. All of them conclude with never. There is many types of nullability. Optional parameters must be nullable or have a default value. Types are non-nullable by default and made nullable by adding question mark. We have required. You can use it with null safety. Also required. Also if you need to concatenate or cascade, this is question mark dot dot or the index question mark square brackets. Bank, the postfix null assertion bank operator exclamation mark. There is keyword not preferable for many of developers, which is late. Why it is not preferable? Because if you forget assign the value to your attribute lately, this is a problem. So your program will be crash. So you use late carefully, and we prefer don't use it in your app, because the same as we talked, if you forget to assign the value later, this is a problem. This is null safety with Flutter and Dart. Now we will talk about state management. Is the most important topic with Flutter development, Flutter apps development. What is state management? State management is the data management, the data in your app. Simply manage the data in your app. There are many concepts, there are many tools you can use with state management. There are many packages to use with state management. Provider, Riverbud, Block or Qubit, RX, Fish, Redux, Getit, POBX, Binder, the state of Flutter itself, GetX, Getit, Redux, many other. But we will talk about three. It's Provider and Block or Qubit and Riverbud with the state management. We will talk about example of every one of this. What is the state object lifecycle? Begin from build context assigned, mounted equal true. The mounted equal true is very important with Riverbud to fix the error. With Riverbud you need to pass mounted attribute. In some cases with Riverbud. The state object lifecycle begin with init state, the change dependencies, dirty, if dirty is equal true or false. Here you can use many of this, set state or build or did update widget. Set state is very trouble or very false or not good to your app state management, because if you call set state, every set state until one attribute changed, for example integer from 0 to 1, if you call set state, the whole widget in the tree is refreshed. You don't need that. You don't need the refresh of all widget tree if anything changes. This is big problem with set state. There are many solutions, more wisdom from set state, such as Provider or Riverbud or Block or Qubit. We will talk about this. So, state changes or old widget. When dirty equal false, deactivate and dispose. When dispose, call it the mounted is equal false. This is life cycle of state object. There are no one rule with the Flutter state, but we move near the concepts. There are two categories with state: ephemeral state or app state. If you need state into single widget in your app, you maybe use ephemeral state, or if you need the state into some widgets or most of widgets, you need something, call it app state. What is ephemeral state? Ephemeral state, sometimes call it UI state or local state. You can use it, for example, page view or current page in page view, or such as current selected tab in bottom navigation bar. This is local state. Call it ephemeral state. Another type is app state. App state, you use it many widgets. For example, state that's not ephemeral, that you want to share across many parts of your app, and that you want to keep between user sessions, is what we call application state. Sometimes also call it shared state. What is examples of app state? Such as user preferences, such as the app is light mode or dark mode, night or day mode. What is the language of your app? For example, English, Arabic, Chinese, whatever. You need this state to be shared all over your app. Another example, login information. You need to know the state of login information into all of your app. Is it the user is logged or not logged? Another example, notification in social networking app. Another example, the shopping cart in e-commerce app. Another example, read or unread state of articles in a news app. All of this we call it app state. Look at this scenario. One is good and one is bad, very bad. The right section and the second section. The scenario one, look at data from parent widget. This is trouble, very bad scenario. If we drop this widget, for example, we need to pass data. If we need to pass data from first widget to this widget, we need to cross all of widgets above this widget to get the data. This one bad thing. Another thing, if we drop this widget, for example, we need to connect these widgets to above side, and this is another problem. Many of the problems. The question, if you want to separate block logic or business logics into your app, this is very difficult idea. You don't know how to separate concepts or separate business logic in your app in this scenario. This is big problem scenario with state management, and this is the default Flutter state management by set state and pass the attributes with widgets over widgets by attribute passing. Another example, inherited widget. This is widget is above the root of Flutter tree widgets, and we can access the inherited widget all over widget in the tree directly from scenario 2. We can, for example, this widget, we can access the data or inherited widget from the parent directly, or any widget. And this is the rule or the concept provider based on. Provider is override of inherited widget from immutable widget to mutable. Make copy of inherited widget and assign data and refresh any widget. Listen to this widget by notify listeners. This is the idea of provider. We will talk about it later. Here, the business logic, if we use first scenario, this is big problem if you need to separate business logic. If you need to make clean code, this is the problem. Business logic, user interface with database, network, or API or services. Database and UI user interface. Business logic, if you need to separate business logics, this is very important in your app, such as large scale apps. This is very important. Clean architecture, maybe some people make the importance of layers first, and other people make the importance of features first. This is depend on your app. No rule here. If you need, for example, ERP, entity relationship management, or the resource for commerce applications, you need to features first. For example, customer management, sales management, buys management, HR management, whatever. All of this we call it by feature first. Another way is layer first. You discrete or demonstrate your app into layers from domain, application, presentation, framework, free presentation and data. Over there, all this is framework. Domain, application is your code, domain is modules as you want to design it. For example, integer ID, string name, username, string first name, string last name, date or timestamp, whatever of this. This is all, we name it domain. The application is your code to deal with domain. Another layer is presentation, it's user interface, presentation, the design or the user interface or the user experience. All of this is presentation, and the data, you deal with it, whatever the source. For example, if you want to deal with network data, you deal with the API or anything, or backend as a service. We will talk about backend or database options and details lately, last of this section. But now you deal with data and presentation. All this is layers. Maybe you use layers first, maybe you use feature first. Another concept with a clean architecture is architecture categorizing based on boundaries. If the hard feature boundaries and the hard layer boundaries, you deal with microservices. It is the most famous feature or architecture with apps development is microservices. When you deal with hard feature boundaries and hard layer boundaries. If it under engineering, single code bucket, layer package buckets, layer module buckets, or feature modules, feature packages, layer modules including feature packages, feature packages including layers packages, features modules including layer packages. It's depend to feature boundaries and layer boundaries. What is the architecture of microservices? The same with layers. With a clean architecture, the framework, view model. There are many design patterns. If you want to use MVC, model view controller, or MVVM, model view model, or MVP, model view presenter, or whatever you use the design pattern. View model state with framework and the presentation here, application use case and interface use case data source, the data layer, interface remote data source symbol, interface local data source, and deal with framework, remote data gateway service, DAO, local data gateway. This is microservice. Another way is pragmatic clean architecture. Pragmatic clean architecture, you deal with the same, but here you don't find with little difference. This is pragmatic clean architecture. Let's move to provider state management. The same we talked about first, the same inherited widget. You make the state or data above your root of your app, then listen to the data every widget you need. You make change notifier, extends change notifier, and make notify listener to notify every widget, every listener widget to your data state. Override your app by change notifier provider or multi-provider if you need many providers. Don't use and use. This is the trick with provider. enhancement of set state with Flutter. Don't use consumer above all of widgets. Just use consumer directly to your listenable widget. Here we find total price is changed. Only we make consumer above this widget, not above all of widgets. This is make good performance into your app. If we need to show the example of provider, you just add package of provider, the latest version. Just type Flutter Bob add provider. I downloaded it before, so you find this error. If we delete it and return the prompt or command, we find the provider changed. After that, bob.get, just that. Now we move to the main function, override by multi-provider and change notifier provider. This idea with Riverboot is enhanced. With Riverboot you use state notifier, not change notifier. And also you can use change notifier, but not preferred. You can use state notifier, and many of providers with Riverboot, many choices: future provider, stream provider, state notifier, provider, and provider proxy provider. Many of them you can use it with Riverboot. We will talk about Riverboot detailed last. Just add that. Now with controller, program your application as you want. We define title, description, the list of to-dos, the selected to-do, setter and getter, nothing. Define the model in your app, integer ID, string title, string description. That's it. And this is design, nothing related to state management. From list we begin. Here, after define the data, make consumer of to-do provider, import it. Then you can use it. That's it. With create, if you want to create to do. Here, what is the difference between read and watch? If you want to update the data or call the function or method, you call read. But if you want to listen the data, you want to use watch or consumer widget with the provider. Read and call the functions. Read title and description. Then read add to list to do create function. Here we do CRUD functions: create, update, delete, view or read, with ID, title, description. Here we don't deal with database or only state management. That's it with the create. If you need to show, here we find read to to-do provider, selected to-do, title, description, whatever. With the update, the same idea. We pass only the ID. With the update, to-do, selected to-do, then update. Call update function, update list. We define it already with controller. Update list, and pass the to-do model. That's it, the update function. If you run the program or app, we find the results. If we need to add a new to-do, for example, here, add to-do, we add the to-do item. This is show, this is edit, or update. If we need to delete, that's it. Now we move to another state management tool. It's a block or qubit. The same for block and qubit. Block is business logic component. From sync in to stream out, there is stream controller. This is the structure. We composite state and event. We have block. Block is mixture from state and event. Block deal with data by request and response. If you need local data, for example SQLite or SQL entity, we will talk about database options in description or in details. Now block after request and response deal with state and event to present the user interface. The same as qubit. Qubit deal with the state and function. That's it. If you need to understand microservices, block is very useful for that. Block or qubit very useful for clearing or illustrate very well for microservices concept. Here is data layer, here is domain layer, and here is application layer, business logic and presentation. Let us see the example of block. With the block state management, only use Flutter block package. Upload this with different classes or pub/spec.yaml and add the quotable if you want with latest version, and that's it. With main, you need to override with multi-block provider, the same as before with and block provider. That's it. So we move to the architecture of block. The architecture, as we talked about first, with event and state. If you don't need to all of this, there is extension with Android Studio or Visual Studio Code. Name it block with plugins. just download it and the life is easy. It's block, maybe block, yes, I am installed before. Just install this plugin. Now if you want to add new block class, just add a new block class. Here you have many choices as freezed, equitable, basic, whatever. For example, we need equitable. Just name the block test, for example. Okay, all things is done to you with nothing. The state and event and the block, I don't need it. Delete anyway. Delete. If you need to add block or qubit, the same for both. If you need to add qubit, for example with freezed, test qubit with freezed, the same for all of this. With qubit there is functions. With the state there is function. With freezed is more efficient and more easier. If we need to delete all of this, also this. If we add block with freezed, for example test, the same. Test with freezed. Here we find test event, test state, test block, freezed. Then test event with freezed annotation and test state with freezed annotation. That's it. We delete and return to our example with to do CRUD operations with block or qubit. The block part of two, event and state. To do instances block with event and state, you mix them, we have the result block. We define events here and call events. Emit, like notify listeners, it's similar to notify listeners. The same here, remove, edit, select, we program as we want. We move to event. Event is the program we want. Here we pass the attribute we need. To do model, edit to do, select to do, and set title, set description. The state, override props of the state with values we need. List to do's, selected to do, title and description, and override the get, setter and getter. That's it. Of props with attributes we need. In the model nothing. Maybe we used to import equitable with model with block. Implement the model with equitable. This is design, nothing related to state management. With list, the same for provider. Here nothing. Just here add block builder. It's similar to consumer. Block builder with name of block and state. Name of state. Then into builder we program our data, state to do's, title description. If we want to look here, read, we write read if we don't need rebuild, such as running function from block. We define block, name of a block, then fire the function. The same for show, the same for delete. If you want to create to do, we use block consumer, then block, the name of a block, listener, then builder. Inside the builder, here we call read function, context read, to call the function. Here the same, to change values, and here to run the function. All of them we use a read. That's it. With show, the same idea. Add block builder with name of block and name of state. With block, state management is a step higher than provider. There is many specific things with block you need to specify, but it's a very effective way to state management in your app. The same idea, read and fire the function. With the update, the same idea for create. This is update block builder. Then we use read to update values. Then add the model. The same here. Also here with edit to do and fire the update function. Look here, add, all of them add. But after add, what is the event name? The name is edit to do. Here, where we define this event with block event, add to do, remove to do, edit to do, select to do, set title, set description. All of them we define in event of block, and pass to do model to event with event, pass the to do model. That's it for update. After we define events, as we talked, return to block and emit the function. We define add to do with event, then we do the function. The same here. If you run the application, Now we run the application just like that. It's already running, maybe. Yes, it's running already. If you run this block example, it's run well, perfect. If we test the application, view is running well, update, it's okay. If we add another, it's run perfect. If we delete, everything is okay. That's it, block example of state management. We move to Riverboot. Now we will talk about Riverboot state management. As we talked before with provider is one part of Riverboot. Riverboot is more than provider and fix many of problems with provider. With Riverboot, there are many features above or over provider. There are many providers type, such as provider returns any type. Example of service class, computed property, filtered list. Another example is state provider, return any type, filter condition or simple state object. Provider use change notifier provider, but with Riverboot we use state notifier provider. It is more performance. More or best performance from change notifier, which is a state notifier. State notifier is a mutable, complex state object that is immutable except through an interface. But change notifier provider return back ON or O1 in best case scenario. I am talking about Dart programming language in details on my YouTube channel. I published a video about 3 hours and I talked about data structures and algorithms in details in my YouTube channel with video about 4 hours or over that or near that about data structures and algorithms, the complexity of algorithm, the complexity of state management. Now we talk about the complexity of state management. The complexity of state notifier is immutable, but with change notifier we have ON or O1. We have future provider, such as if you deal with the result from an API call. We have also stream provider, return stream of any type. Stream provider if you deal with stream of results from an API. State notifier provider returns subclass of state notifier. For example, complex state object that is immutable except through an interface. Change notifier returns subclass of change notifier. A complex state object that requires immutability. This is the difference between state notifier and change notifier. it is immutable and mutable. This is the difference. Maybe you don't need to know all of them, all of these providers with Riverboot, with latest version of Riverboot notation, with @a notation, or Riverboot 2.0 or 2 versions. We have Riverboot notation. The generator code is automatically generate the best provider for your code. Maybe you don't need to know all of these providers with Riverboot notation, but we highlight the features of Riverboot. The Riverboot have family. If you need to pass attributes, for example with future, for example ID, this is restricted by one value. With notation there are no limit. Maybe you can use any of them, not just object or module, but any number by adding required and the name of your parameter. We have also auto dispose. The auto dispose in Riverboot notation is default value. Default with Riverboot notation is auto dispose equal true. But with no notation, Riverboot, you have this feature auto dispose. This is very useful. For example, when you're using Firebase to close the connection and avoid unnecessary cost, to reset the state when the user leaves the screen and re-enters it, or you don't need the screen else in your app, you can use auto dispose. This is very useful for Riverboot performance. We have, although other than provider ref.read or ref.write, with the provider we deal with context. With Riverboot we use widget ref. Widget ref, you add it with consumer widget. Consumer widget you add into build, other than build context, add also widget ref. You deal with the widget ref, ref read. If you don't listen the changed, you can use ref watch. And also another features with Riverboot, you can use ref select and ref listen. This is very useful one, as it's similar in every way to ref watch, but that it does not trigger a rebuild of the widget, but instead it watches the provider, and when a change occurs you can call a function. This is useful perhaps if for navigation, etc. Ref listen, don't rebuild the widget, but listen the state. Another way to listen the state rather than watch. And we have select. Another way, I was having conversion with a friend who brought to my attention from logs that Riverboot with change notifier, Remy Roselet says that with change notifier rebuilds a few more times than provider and block, and more rebuilds when used an immutable state like with state notifier. This is understandable, as few numbers of rebuilds is not a strong hold that Riverboot is proud of. With the solution, it provides a guard at different difficulties, but if you are concerned about the number of rebuilds, you can mitigate this with the select method. This works in that in a state or class with more than one property, you can decide to listen to changes only from one or a few properties. The provider listens to the whole object by default. This is another improvement of features with Riverboot, and this is the application of it. You use select specific area of your code of your Riverboot to listen or to watch. We move to example, our example of riverboat. Just download the Flutter riverboat package. We have two examples with riverboat, with no notation and with notation. For example, with no notation, add this package Flutter riverboat with main. We need to wrap the app with provider scope, and that's it. All we need is done with riverboat. With controller, we make our program as we want. Setters and getters, notify listeners. Here we use change notifier, the basic, as with provider, and change notifier provider of to-dos notifier, return to-dos notifier with widget ref. The module, there are nothing related to state management. Now we move, this is stylist, no need. We move to view. Here we wrap by consumer widget, not stateless and not stateful. We have used consumer widget related to riverboat concept, and add here widget ref with build and use ref. Here we use ref watch to-dos provider. That's it. Here we use to-dos. If we don't need listen, we use read to run or fire function from riverboat. The same here, and navigate. If we need to show create, the same consumer widget, widget ref, and here we use read. We make changes here to the values. Set title. We use notifier to run function if we want to read property with no notifier, directly value with no notifier. But if we want to run function, we use notifier. The same here, and run add to do. That's it. The show, the same idea. Nothing, and update the same. With the update, consumer widget, nothing new. Widget ref, we deal with widget ref. And make the update function. If we run the application, if we test the application, everything is running well. If we add another, if we show everything running well, we need to update. Okay, if we delete, the same. Now if we want to run riverboat notation, we go to riverboat notation. This is the riverboat notation. Riverboat with riverboat notation. Here we add the packages, the same for riverboat without notation, but add the riverboat notation with dependencies. Also here we add build runner and riverboat generator. With main, the same idea, provider scope, but here it is something additional. You need to run this command into your terminal if you want to make any change with Flutter. If it is running, it's okay and you can make changes to riverboat. That's it, nothing here. If we go to the provider or the riverboat, look here, we need to add this line also with the name of riverboat. Add .g .dart, this name. If we delete the generated file, okay, delete anyway. Now look at this counter override. If you need to notify listeners, you use build function and return the value. Increment is the function. If we want to use decrement, the same. For example, -1. Or this, for example, square increment. Now if you save the code, the generator do everything for you. We save the code, the generated file will be generated automatic. But here drop or false. Why? Because the name of function square increment, because of this not working. You need to nothing error or zero error in your code to run perfect. We make save the riverboat file generated automatic. For the main screen, for example, plus we add another elevated button. Let's minus, and here decrement, for example. That's it. Here is the idea with build. If you want to notify listeners, you can use anything. Here the counter is your counter provider. Here name counter with the name of provider. If we name it counter example, for example, crash. If we save, everything gone away. Return back, counter. Look at this, counter example provider related to your name. All of these things is automatic generated. Counter example provider, and here counter example provider. With generator, the life is easy. Everything is easier than before. Here you code regular Dart programming. Now if we need to run the application, the same for before. If we run the application, look at this Riverboot generated file. All things of generated, automatically generated. You don't need to modify anything of this. With the second screen, the same idea. Here we use elevated button to navigation, just for check the value if it is correct or not. Maybe the one thing is not complete until now with Riverboot notation, which is the stream provider. I call it Remy Roselet about this, and he is working about this topic until now. Maybe near finish the stream provider with Riverboot notation. In my opinion, Riverboot notation is very similar with Razor or Blazor, with C# .NET framework. Or if you deal with the PHP Laravel framework, you deal with the Blade engine. The same idea with Riverboot annotation. Riverboot annotation is very smart idea, and generate automatically codes with the best provider you need to your app. This is very good idea. Just stream provider maybe need some work from Remy Roselet to finish this topic. Now if we want to test our app, the decrease and the increase, everything running well. If we want to make this 2 for example and rerun the application, if we add multiply square, if we minus, it's running well. If we move to another screen, return back, it's still. If we need to invalidate, this is very important thing with Flutter Riverboot. Look at this. If we use invalidate, for example, if we click this button after going to another screen, for example, we need to invalidate the Riverboot or dispose. Just we call ref invalidate the name of provider, it's counter example provider, and remove the value and return back to the default value. That's it. Let's make changes. return back. Look at this. If we move to another screen, return back, return to the default value. This is value invalidate. Another way is refresh. Refresh, it's very useful. Refresh, not refresh. The use of refresh, not this. Refresh, need refreshable provider. The type of refreshable provider, the same idea. That's it for Flutter annotation with Riverboot annotation with Riverboot 2 package. Remy Roselet announced that with Flutter Viking, the latest conference of Flutter in Oslo. Riverboot 2. That's it for Riverboot and state management. We talked about provider with state management. We talked about block and qubit. We talked about Riverboot and Riverboot annotation. Now we talked something about Flutter introduction. We talked about environment with Flutter configuration, and we talked about run your first app. We run first Flutter app in 6 platforms. We talked about declarative and imperative. We talked about responsive design with media query of context. The media query of context, if we talk about inherited widget, the media query of context is inherited widget. Everything you see in your app with of context, this is inherited widget. Theme of context, media query of context, all of them is inherited widget. And we talked about null safety. We talked about state management with provider and block and Riverboot. Now we move to keys in Flutter. Now the time for key, not T, key. The keys. What is keys with Flutter? Although with state management, still keys is more the important topic with the Flutter. You need to understand keys with the Flutter. When you use keys when adding, removing, reordering collection of widgets of the same type of some state. What are types of keys? There are two main types or categories, classification of keys: global key and local key. With local key we find value key, for example Mouaz Al-Shahmeh. Another type is object key, for example 1, 2, 3, 4. Another type unique key is generated automatically for key. Another type page storage key for scroll location. From examples of keys, if you deal with forms such as login form, for example username and password, you need to validate the form. You need to use form key. Another way, if you deal with drawer in your application, drawer in the drawer or drawer, you deal with scaffold key to open the drawer or close it. This is keys. This is the example. If make change with widget tree, the widget, the element tree connected to the widget tree, disconnect the relation and disconnect the row element, update the state and update the relation. How Flutter can update the relation? Flutter check the keys. Key 1, key 2, not true, exit the relation, close the relation and rebuild with the new relation. Key2 with key2, key1 with key1. That's it, keys. Now we run the keys example. Let us see. All my codes exists on my GitHub account. Keys. If we run this example, we find the example here. We run pub get. Here no need to import any package to your PubSpec YAML. Nothing. All of keys into Flutter SDK. Here is navigation. Nothing new. Navigation to keys. Button. This is style. Nothing. Models. We define model for object key. With a global key, look at this form key. We define global key with form state with global key and define the form with global key. If we call everything is widget with the Flutter, another sentence is every widget has key. Every widget. Test any widget, it's have key. Thank you. It's have key. Every widget. So here with the form, we add form key, and with submission of form, we check the validate of this form by key. This is global key. The object key, another example of keys. Object key, we make object key by object. We define a new object here with two attributes, name and canFly. That's it. Assign name and canFly equal true. This is object key. Another type is unique key. Generate automatically key. Unique key with no assign anything. Another type is value key. Value key. Here if we want to run the example, this our example, value key, object key, unique key, and global key we use form key. That's it. This is keys in Flutter. Now we move to routing with Flutter or navigation. Now we will talk about routing with Flutter. Routing or navigation. The routing or navigation with the Flutter is similar to stacks with data structures. I talked about data structures in details in my YouTube channel. Data structures and algorithms with Dart about 4 hours. Routing is similar to stacks. You can push and pop, first in, first out. From stack, first in, last out. So you deal with stack, with navigation, with Flutter. There are many packages you can use it with Flutter, with routing. Many of them has good points with pub.dev. Many of them not very good points or community with pub.dev. There are Beamer, Flow Builder, Floro, VRouter, AutoRoute. Many of them has good points and many of them not. Beamer is good package. Lithuanian one has make it. The most important package is GoRouter. Why GoRouter? We will talk about GoRouter with example. GoRouter use navigation 2.0 with declarative routing or declarative navigation with no context. That is GoRouter. Navigation or Navigator 2 use many methods or functions such as push, pop, push replacement, push named, pop until, etc. There are change with Navigator 2 and Navigator 1. There are many problems with Navigator 1 as we talked with Flutter Introduction. With Navigator 2, many enhancement was conducted. For example, with Navigator 2, if you press back button on your device, for example Android, if you press back button, your app is exit or you have black screen. That was big problem. You cannot deal with it with Navigator 1. Navigator 1 and Navigator 2, every one of this has its usage. But with Navigator 2 has many features, has many useful things you can use it. Look at this shape, button, back button preset, back button dispatcher, pop route, modify based on system notification, app state, request changes to navigator, rebuild, router widget and router delegate, get newly configured navigation for rebuild, here operating system, initial route or new intent, route information provider until set initial route and router delegate. All of this done if you press back button. The same here, app state, first user tab button, second tab handler modify app state, my app state, notifies listeners of state changes, router run, rebuild and choose new route, navigator run topmost route, route 1, route 2, this is a stack. Let us see GoRouter example. I published package to deal with GoRouter package. I name it Mid-Test EO. To to generate meta tags into your header with HTML for web, specified for web applications, Flutter web application. All of my codes as I talk into my GitHub account. This is my website. All my activities, projects, products, all of them onto my website. All the codes, all the videos, meetings, courses, articles, repos, all of them into my website. Now if you want to access all of codes of this course, Flutter course, go to my GitHub account. All of repositories published into my GitHub account. Return back. Also I published Meta SEO package and publish it into Google Dev Library. It's Meta SEO. That's it. Meta SEO I publish it also into pub.dev. This is the code, how to use it with GoRouter also. Add Meta SEO functions into your web application with GoRouter application, that is repos. I publish it into my GitHub with example. Also I publish it into pub.dev. Just search about Meta SEO. Yes, this is Meta SEO. You can download it and deal with it simply. Just run 3 functions into your browser, into your HTML code index, and add Meta functionality to your web app. If you use GoRouter, just add Meta SEO before build the screens into GoRouter. That's it. Easy as possible. And I make it extensible. If you want to add another features or another keys, values, it's extensible, so you can use any meta data or any meta tags into your head web application. So by this function your website is SEO friendly as possible. This is Meta SEOs. All of them you can use and add Meta to your application, to your web application. Return back to GoRouter example. If you need to deal with GoRouter, just add dependency GoRouter with latest version with dependencies. Run pub.get. Just that. With main, nothing. With main, you need to go router. Here, go router set URL path strategy is destructed or not discontinued with go router versions, latest go router versions. It is now into Flutter SDK itself. You can use go route set URL strategy without need to any of this. Just add import Flutter web plugins. It is this set URL path. If we need to update go router package, or Bob upgrade, now we find the latest version is 451. Available go router available 524. If we do pub.get, everything running well. Okay, return back here, get dependencies, URL strategy, URL path strategy, set URL strategy, not path strategy. Now here we use the URL path strategy, URL strategy path. URL path strategy, or something like that. Path URL strategy. You need to write it correct to run. That's it. Now if we run the application, the hash after your URL, base URL, is gone away. Now we use just this for modify router. No need to import go router here, and add router with router attributes, route information provider, information parser, and delegate, all of them. Add to material app router. That's it. And define, go to router and define all routes you need. Here we define routes. Ignore now. Router, go router, initial location, the first location. Here is the first location, the path. You have also name attribute. You can name it anything you want. And go push with name it, or go name it, or push name it with name you define here. As we talked it before, here you can add meta functionality with builder. It's auto dispose in my pub or package meta CO. If you use push or go, it's auto dispose automatic. Here we push the same, nothing new, push screen, but into view there is some differences. Here we go screen, the same, with builder and state, go router state. Here with extra data screen, with dash, for example, state extra as Flutter dash. Here the same extra information with go, here with push. If we go to dash model, the same, we use example object dash, we define it by name and can fly. This is style, nothing. Here it is the pages or view, extra data screen. We find here the data, require this data to run this widget. Now we use the object, and here we find everything we need. Nothing here, and here nothing also, and here nothing. Push screen. The point here, in Go router we use declarative navigation. We use only go and push. Another options is accessed also, but we don't need over this bob, push and go. If we need name it, go name it, push name it, can bob, any other functions, but the main concept is go and push. Into stack we use go to go without return back. So we mean with go we delete the first screen and go to the second screen. After or before we navigate to the second screen, we delete the first screen. With push we stay the first screen and push to second screen. If we return back we find first screen in the stack, but with go we don't find the first screen. It's deleted before navigation. That is the concept. It's similar to replace, context replace with navigation 2, navigator 2, but here with Go router it's declarative. Here push, here go, here push with data, name it extra. We pass object Flutter dash with name and can fly. Here we use go with data extra. If you run the application, here there is no web only set plugin handler because the platform is Android. We don't need Android, we use web platform because here the plugin is specific to web, because this is not running onto Android. If you use Android, just drop down this function of set path URL. Look at this. If we use set path URL, you don't find this hash. if we drop and comment this out, rerun, the default is hash path strategy or hash strategy to URL. It's running, so you find this hash. If you don't need to watch this hash, just add this function. If you need to run the navigator or go router into Android or iPhone, just add some condition. Is key, or if K is web, you need to foundation. Just add this try catch to your app. Return back to run our application into Chrome. Now we find Chrome browser for web application. Here we find push screen, we find back button, push screen. Look at the names, pretty URLs. If we click go, there are no return value here. Return back to the first screen. If we pass extra parameters, here we find with push we find back button, and here we pass parameters. With go, no return back. This is go router package and navigation 2.0. We talked about many things. We talked about some introduction with Flutter. Also we talked about development environment configuration. We talked about run your first Flutter app. Also we talked about declarative and imperative. We talked about responsive design, and we talked about null safety and state management with provider and block and qubit and riverboard. Also we talked about keys and routes or navigation with Flutter. Now we move to important topic. Beside to state management, the complement idea or the complementary topic is database options. We have many of database options. Now we will talk about database options. With database options, there are many options with database. You can deal with it with Flutter. If you want to deal with database offline or without internet connection, you can deal with SQLite or SQL Entity or Hive. Everything run well. Or if you just like JSON file into assets, you download asset file into your asset directory, deal with JSON file, read and write. It's possible with the JSON serialize and deserialize. It's locally into your app. Another way is, or if you can use external storage package for Android or iOS, iPhone, use package of external storage to save file locally. Maybe the name is external storage. Read and write the file locally of JSON or external path, and save the file into your path and read the file. That's it. If you want to this for Android. Maybe there is with Swift or iPhone. Maybe the path function, path div. This is the path. You can use with any platform. The SQLite and shared preferences into your app, but the difference, shared preferences, you use simple state or simple data into your app. For example, the language of application, Arabic or English, or whatever the language. Or another example, you use shared preferences for login state. Is the user logged or not logged? You can save this data with shared preferences. Or another example, the mode of application, light or dark, or night or day, mode design. You can store this data into shared preferences. Shared preferences and SQLite or SQL entity, all of them use path method to store the data into your path directory, into your app. For example, for Windows, C, document, whatever, or into Windows or Mac or iOS, iPhone or Android, the same idea. There is noun path for any platform. These packages use the path to store the data. Another way to store the data or deal with database, if you need to connect with internet or online database, you can use backend as a service. There are many of backend as a service. For example, Firebase, it is no SQL database or no relational database. It depends on MongoDB if you listen about it. MongoDB or JSON document database. It is Firebase. It's backend as a service. It's free until 15 gigabytes maybe, and after that it's paid over or depend on your usage, but not expensive very much. It's good. Another backend as a service is Supabase. Supabase is SQL database or relational database. You use schema, you use relations with tables. This is a relational database, Supabase. It's based on PostgreSQL. It's an advanced and modern SQL database named PostgreSQL. Another option is Supabase as backend as a service. If you want to deal with backend as API, application programming interface, so if we talk about API, we talk about request and response. You request the server over HTTP request and response and receive the response from the server. You deal with application as client and send the request over the HTTP method, such example get or post or options or put any method or delete anything, and response receive the response. For example, receive the response with body serialized JSON, for example, and the response status code, for example, 100 for information status, 200 with OK status, 201 created, and etc. 300 is moved permanently, temporarily, and etc. 400 for not found or client errors. 400 is client errors. 400, the famous one is 404 for response code or status code from server. 404 is not found, and any other. 400 unauthorized, which many of responses. 400 it's client errors, and there is 500 it's server errors. For example, server errors 400. This is the status codes for response from your server or HTTP. Now, Flutter team deal with server sockets. You can use directly without API. You deal with directly with your database with HTTP sockets. Open the channel, the connection channel with your database with username and password and the host and port. These methods. I study master in web sciences and these topics in my field. So you can use now direct connection with your database with Dart programming language. There is very good package named Dartfrog. Dartfrog, you deal with database directly. Bob.dev. If you search about Dartfrog, this is good package. You deal directly with database. Open the connection and make queries or anything to your database. Get started. You have good documentation for this package. You deal with Docker, you deal with AWS from Amazon. Any backend technology, you can deal with it directly. This examples and many of tutorials. HTTP connection. Send request, response, many of them. You can deal directly with database. Another way, if you need to deal with database as API, so the field is open to any backend technology. For example, if you want to use PHP Laravel, there is no problem. You can use PHP Laravel as backend as API, and Flutter deal with the API over HTTP. There is two most popular packages, which is HTTP or DU. It's good packages. HTTP package and DU to deal with database, to deal with API connection. HTTP, the same idea. Also, if you want to, for example, use C#, .NET Framework, .NET MVC, .NET Core, .NET MVC Core, make the API backend API and deal with the Flutter with HTTP. If you want to use Python, Flask, Django, Fast API, whatever, it's easy to connect with API. If you want to use any backend technology, if you want to use Node.js with Express, also available to use or to connect with API with Flutter. The idea is simple. With API, you can use any backend technology for database. What is an API? So we will take one example over these 5 examples. What is an API? We have client and server, as we talked about. First, request. API call is initiated by the client application via HTTP request. Second, receive, or worker B acts as an API going to flower sender to collect nectar data. Third and finally, response. The API transfers the request data back to the requesting application, usually in JSON format, and return back the result or the response. There are many types of API: REST, GraphQL, SOAP, Simple Object Access Process, RPC, Remote Process Control, or RMI, Remote Method Invoke. The same for RPC. There is another thing is gRPC. The same idea. REST, you use usually JSON or XML format. Many advantages for everything from this. The most famous one is REST. The most modern is GraphQL. SOAP until now is working. It's old, but until now is working. No problem with SOAP with XML. For example, GraphQL mobile APIs, with REST resources-based apps, with SOAP payment gateways for security. We use XML. Another RPC, we use command-focused system. This is examples. There are 2 programs to deal with APIs. It's important. If you need to design the API or test the API, use Postman program. If you need to document the API, maybe you use Swagger or or OpenAPI. There is not programming language. It's like YAML. You need to be careful about spaces, about indentation, all of these things. With OpenAPI, for documentation, you deal with the Swagger. This is Postman. If you want to understand all of web APIs, here is the location, HTTP methods, enter URL, parameters, authentication. You have many of authentication, API key, barrier token. It's famous, Auth1 and Auth2. With Twitter, Auth1 and Auth2 is still, until now, still possible and available. If you want to connect with the Twitter services, with Auth1, it's possible. If you want to connect with Twitter with Auth2, it's possible also. Many of type of auth with header, send attributes. It's possible, except here if you want JSON, text, HTML, XML. If you need to understand the API, this program is very useful. And if you want to test your API, design API, all of things good here. It's Postman. Another thing is Swagger. Swagger for documentation for your API. If you want to document your API as well, Swagger. You use Open API for design your documentation. This is Swagger. There's many services with Swagger. You can use it to design your API. It's very useful to design your API. Swagger. Now we will take examples of database. Start with SQLite, for example. With SQLite or SQL entity, the same, but with the SQL entity you use ORM. No code of SQL queries, you use ORM, it's easier. Upload these packages, SQL entity gene, to generate codes, and HTTP. This HTTP is necessary to run SQL entity. Of course you deal with offline, but this package necessary to run the SQL entity correct. This is a requirement for running. We use provider, not necessary provider, state management. We not consider the state management. Now we focus on database. And add this div dependencies, build runner with build verify. That's it. We go to main. Here we don't need anything to configure. With provider, nothing. Here is related to provider. But here we find ORM. The SQL entity located into the service here, all of the database. Here import the SQL entity, ORM config, and run from to do. Run entity queries, for example here, to do select to list. Here to do save with attributes. Here to do select where ID, then delete. Here update, upsert, we use the keyword of upsert. Look at this, we need ID because it's relational database. When add, no need to ID. And getter setter, nothing. For config, we use convert for SQL generated, correct, and use HTTP. Here we add this or config G and run this command into terminal to build G. After updating this file automatically generated if we delete it. Okay, deleting away. If you run this command line, automatically generate the second file with all queries or things we needed. Everything okay? The second file, all of these things automatically generated. We don't need to write any SQL query. All of these written automatic. Insert or replace into anything. All of these automatic generated, and we don't need to update anything from this file. Now we define table, SQL entity table, with name and primary key and fields, with type of every field. Because it's SQLite, there is some limitation about this package. So about data types of the package, but it's good for the reason you use it. For example, if you need to salesman need to do some operations without need to connection of internet, maybe the salesman work with application for a week or for a month, and the travel with application, nothing or no problem with that. If he connect with the internet, sync the data to the server, for example once by a month or once by a week, it is possible. He work offline and finally return back to the online, and this process. So you can use many types of databases into your one application. Maybe use offline and online the same time. There is no problem with that. So return back, define the ID for secure entity and the DB model, secure entity model. That's it. Return back to the view, the style nothing here, to the view. Here we used media query of context with size high for responsive design. We talk about this in details with responsive design before. Now here we listen only for the data. Just run this function get to-dos list from provider. Then here from list to-dos and view the data. If you want to create locally with SQL entity, the idea is simple, the same idea. Run the function of provider. Latest. Here we don't need to ID as we talked about. Pass model without need to ID. Add to list because ID is automatically generated or auto increment as we define it. With show, the same idea, nothing. With update, here we need to ID with update function. We need to pass the ID parameter to update the record into secure entity or secure light. This is secure light or secure entity. We move to shared preferences. Another example. Of local database, shared preferences. We make CRUD operations about this package. Create, read, update, delete. Return back to the shared preferences. CRUD operations with shared preferences. We add this dependency, shared preferences, nothing else. Provider for state management. Shared preferences. With Bob spec YAML. That's it. No need to anything here. This for provider, nothing necessary. With shared preferences, here we find shared preferences. With model, we use user. Here we use shared preferences. It's from type async await, so it's future. Use async and await. Get instance to get all or obtain shared preferences. To get string by key, it's like key value. You have many options. Get boolean, get tuple, get integer, get keys, get string list. You can use get or set. The same idea, get password and return. For register, this for login and this for register. You need set with attributes. If you want to log out, there is two options. Log out with break the shared preferences. You need to remove from key. You deal with key of value. After get instance, then remove or set or get. If we go to login screen, there is nothing here. Just fire the function. Here just fire the function of login with username and password. The register, the same idea. Fire the register function. After that, snack, success snack with text. Here, if you want to log out or log out with deleting the user, there is two options. I mean this trick. I put two buttons to use logout without deleting the user and logout with deleting the user. Here, just logout, go to login screen, and here fire the logout function, delete the existing user. And here regular provider operations, create, nothing here, show, update. Let us run the application to see the results. is running now. Now we have two options: register or login. Register account with, for example, 111, the password 222. Register. Now registered. If we log out, login with account we created now. If we make password error, this is error login. If we correct it, the success login. Here nothing related to state management. Shared preferences, we use it here with login process. If we break the user logit or delete the user logit, if we click here, the user remove it. So if we put the same user name and password, it is not correct because deleted from shared preferences. If we register again, another one, for example, or this, register account, log out, login, or sorry, this is true, the login is true. This is shared preferences with database options with Flutter. Now we move to Firebase example. If we open the repository of Firebase, we run pub git. All of errors gone away. You need to upload or add this dependencies in pub-spec.yaml. You need to add Firebase Core and Cloud Firestore with latest versions, and that's it. With main, you need to this command, this line, widget Flutter binding, ensure initialize it, and run this command. Await Firebase initialize app with options, default Firebase options, current platform. This options, you got it from where? From Firebase. We will see it a few minutes later. That's it for database Firebase for configuration. Another side from Firebase website, from Firebase console, we see it now. From provider, nothing here, just Firebase service, to-dos collection, the name of collection, and get. Here from model, from JSON, query snapshot, then get the data. Here if we need to add data, just import Firebase example model. To add data, add to do data. Here is service, remove data, update data, program your provider as you want with model there's nothing here. Firebase service, here is the concept of Firebase. You need to define Firebase class collection reference with Firebase Firestore instance collection with the name of collection into your Firebase. Then add data with document set. Here to update document with ID update. Here not necessary ID with documents, but to know what document you need to update. That's it. Because there is no schema, but here the ID is the ID of document, not table, not row of table. Here remove document ID delete. The same here, to-do list, to-dos snapshot. This is the option. You here define the option or the Firebase option. You have all this file from where? From Firebase. You see now from Firebase website, from Firebase console, Firebase Cloud Console. We will see it. But here the Firebase options, all of these things automatically generated from Firebase options. You don't need to do anything of this. That is a configuration of Firebase and operations you need to do. Here is the list. Just fire the function of get to those list, then consume the list. The same idea here, nothing. Create, just fire the function from provider. Here no need to ID because it's generated automatically with document for new documents. For showing here nothing, and update the same, nothing. You need the ID because to compare documents, just to compare the documents for updating or upsert. We go back to Firebase. Here for example, the example Firebase console. This for example, 3 applications. If you need to add application, there is the option with Flutter. Just run next, and you will find this application you can deal with. Flutter app. Download the application. Download the application options or configuration of Firebase from here, from new application. From here, new application. Next, and latest option. You will download the file for configuration. Because we make this process before, no need to do that. Here is the tables and documents. Document here with ID to do's. The same here. If we run our application, our application on Android with Firebase. Now here, connect the Firebase. We delete the documents not related to the structure we determine in our application. Look at this here, nothing, no found records. If we add a new record, for example here, BBB, add to do. If we return back to our Firebase, we find new record, new document with AAA and BBB. That's great. With ID of document, here nothing named ID, and here you can update the type of data with the value. Cancel. If we add another document, return back to our application, add another document, for example YYY, CCC, add to do, return back to our Firebase, we find another document, YYY, CCC. If we need to update, the same idea. This is view, this is update. If we need to update, for example 1, 2, 3, update the record, the document, return back to our Firebase, we find update the value. If we need to delete, no problem, return back to the Firebase, we find the record deleted. If we delete the second, the same, deleted. There is no documents. It's simple. It's backend as a service with Firebase. This is Firebase backend as a service. Now we move to Supabase example. Talked about SQLite, SQL entity, shared preferences with offline connection of database, and move it to online backend as a service like Firebase. Now we will talk about Supabase example. This is Supabase with CRUD operations, create, read, update, delete. The same for Firebase. We need to configure the package, configure settings for package, just that the idea, and connect with the service and run the functions of the package. Now we will talk about Supabase example, which is relational database, deal with PostgreSQL, based on PostgreSQL. Supabase. What we need to configure, the settings, just add Supabase package with latest version, PubKit. Now into main, you need to add this line, widgets, Flutter bindings, ensure initialized to running the application well with Supabase, and that's it. With provider here, nothing to do, just Supabase handler. With Supabase handler, now we will talk about from where you get the settings. Let us talk about you define Supabase client with Supabase settings, Supabase URL and Supabase key. From where you find this? From Supabase. From Supabase you find all of this information. From here, maybe with authentication. No. It's paused. Let us make a new project. Create a new. There is many pricing plans. Example, for example, the name of project, the password, database password, not necessary, maybe use a strong password. Okay, create a new project. Now we make new project, name it example. From where you find the key and a secret, project API key. This is the key. Copy that, paste into the key. Supabase key. This is maybe changed from time to time, but you need to update here. And the Supabase URL, you need to copy URL and paste into the settings. Here, copy the URL, then return back to the Supabase. You define Supabase client, then read data PostgreSQL response as PostgreSQL response. From client we define it. From table, the name of table, then select order by ID ascending, true or false, or descending. Then execute latest. Don't forget, if we need to add data to tables, the same idea. From the name of table to those table, maybe we need to define the table into our Supabase. We define new table, create a new table, the name of table, to do table, description no need, ID. Then we need to define the attributes the same as in the application. If there is anything not true, maybe problems with your application. That's varchar nullable. Make it nullable or empty. Default value is null. No problem. Title, another thing is description, the same idea. It's simply if you deal with relational database, the same here. you deal with PostgreSQL, it's relational database. Nothing difficult here. Maybe this is columns we need in our application. Title and description, the name of table, the ID, that's it. If you want to update when ID is equal to ID, and delete the same, delete where the equation ID equal ID, execute. Let us save the schema of table, empty table, nothing in it. If we want to reordering the table, it's possible. Sort, make the column to sort. No, we need to arrange the table. To do table, let's make create latest thing, create that, the timestamp. This is title, this is ID, and this is description. This is created at its timestamp. So everything is okay now. Return back to the application. That's it for the configuration of Superbase. Return back to the module or the provider, nothing here. The module is nothing, the same as previous. Here style is nothing. List, from list we fire the get to do's function, get to do's list from Superbase, and consumer to the value from list. We create the same, just fire the function. Here you don't need to the ID because it's auto increment. You don't need to ID, but with update you need to ID to relational database. You need to ID primary key, which is primary key. Here you need to ID to update the table row. Let us run our example, our Superbase example. If you run the application, it's running correctly. Okay. Now if we add new value, for example, add to do, if we return back to the Superbase table, now hooray, we find the record inserted into the table with timestamp. Everything is correct until now. If we, what's here, corrupted application. But the data inserted correctly into the database. We find the data into the database if we add another record, insert it correctly. If we add another also, we find it correctly added. If we return back to our table, we find data into our table inserted correctly with timestamps of it. If we return back to our application, the show is correct, nothing here. The same here. If we need to update, for example, this one, 1, 2, 3, for example, update. If we return back to the database, look at this. The updated is correct. If we need to delete, for example, this one, GTBB, return back to the application. If we delete this one, return back. You need to program the application as well with state management, but here we focus on database. If we refresh, we find TT is deleted. If we need to delete all the data, the same idea for deleting the data. If we delete all the data, refresh, the table is empty. Everything is correctly done with Supabase. Now finally we highlight with API connection or API database. Let us move to API example. API HTTP CRUD. This is dummy API. We use maybe one method or two from CRUD functions. Run pubget. What we need here, you need to add HTTP with the latest version. Just it is this with the main, nothing here. All of this related to state management provider, nothing here. If we move to provider, also here nothing. Program your app as you want. This is to complete with real API server or local host if you want. Not necessary, but the idea is clear here. If we use one of these, the idea is clear. We get API, get all to-dos, then the value we get from the API, put it into the list. That's it. With the service, this is the API connection. Import the HTTP package. And here the base URL. It is preferable way to define the attribute above your code, or split your code, split your URL or API key, maybe split it above your code. This is preferable way. This is function from type of future dynamic. We pass context. Maybe no need to context here. but okay. Maybe I delete the context, no need. Return back to the provider. Maybe delete the build context, no need. Also return to the views. Maybe delete the context, no need. Okay. Return to the API function. Here, run the HTTP request from URI. Try parse with to-dos, for example. This is dummy API. If we try this, we return the JSON data as dummy. If we use to-dos, it's dummy data. We find all of these to-dos. Nothing but is to clear or to deal with APIs. And here material, no need. Here, if the status code is 200, we talked about response codes, status codes in details before. If the status code is okay, 200, return the response body with decoding as JSON, then return the JSON data. Then with controller parse the JSON data as to the model from JSON. This is useful trick to define from JSON into your model. Then parse the JSON to the list. That's it. All of these functions, maybe you can do it with real API. The model here, nothing. With lists here, the same idea. Just run the function get all to-dos, then listen to the state. Create nothing here. It's to be completed with real API. Nothing here in show and nothing in update. The same idea. You deal with HTTP. Look at this with API. Here you deal with get. Maybe you can use put, delete, post, or head or batch, but any of them is true with your situation. Let us run the application. Nice one. Our application is running well. All of this data from API coming. To-dos. If you want to see show the item, just click the eye. It's running well. For example, this one, it's okay. If you need to update and delete these options with real API, you can deal with it. Here, another idea to use when you're programming Flutter, use ListView.builder. .builder, it's best practice for performance with Flutter, because build the UI into your screen, into the size of your screen. Outside the builder, it is not into your UI or user interface. So it's good and enhance the performance of your app with long lists. This is good performance idea. ListView.builder. This is the API example with the Flutter database options. Now we talked about many options of database. We talked about SQLite or SQL entity. Maybe you can use Hive for local database. Another options with local database, we talked about shared preferences. If you don't want to use offline, you need to use online. Maybe you can use backend as a service, for example, relational database such as Supabase, and no relational database such as Firebase. Another options, you can deal with API, application programming interface, over HTTP request and response. We talked about many things with Flutter this course. We talked about Flutter Introduction, then we talked about configuration, environment configuration, development environment configuration, and run our first app into 6 platforms. Then we talked about declarative and imperative. We talked about responsive design. We talked about null safety, state management with the provider Riverboot, Block or Qubit, and we talked about the keys. We talked about also routing or navigation. Then we talked about database options. We have 5, the most important database options. You can deal with it, and you can deal with any type of database technology because you have the option of API. Also, now is the option with direct connection of database is open with Dart, for example Dart Frog. Another options, maybe you can use AWS from Amazon. It's another option available. Amplify, it is available now. You can deal with Amplify of Amazon, AWS with Flutter. It's simply and very useful. Not just the Google Cloud or Firebase servers. If you want to connect with AWS, Amazon, it's possible. The good idea from Flutter, it's no limit with database. You can use any database type because there is many options with database. So the decision returned to you. If you want to use many of database options into your application, you can use offline option, for example SQL entity or shared preferences, and you can use online option, the both at the same time. It's possible. Now we move to performance tests. It's important thing with Flutter. Now we are gonna talk about performance tests. There are many of them. DevTools, Flutter DevTools. It's very useful. Another way is Flutter Doctor to configure your environment. Any problems with the installation of Flutter SDK, any problem of your program, for example Android or Visual Studio Code, anything. And the Flutter debug mode, code trace for code trace with red points of your Flutter. For example, let us see this. If we run this example API, if you want to debug mode, maybe you can use this with debug. If you want to stop the code into one point, for example with the list view builder, for example this, no, this one, for example list style. Let us stop code here, run with debug, stop that, run with debug. This is the idea. Waiting debug connection, running, connected. Here, stop it if you want to check the values, test anything. This is very useful. Rather than print. Print is not preferable. You need to delete any print command for a profile or to release the application. You need to delete them. Skip if child null, skip step over, also step over. If you need to understand the Flutter framework, it's the same. Resume, step into, let's style, for step into, step into, another way, repaint, circular progress indicator. If you want to see that the values when changed, it's very useful. If we remove this, rerun the application, we have the values. This is the debug mode with breakpoints. Another type is print. If you want to check, for example, print anything from things you maybe need to see is print, but don't forget to remove any print when you decide to publish the application or release the application. Look at this, sync here, look at prints, we find many of them. Each iterate print the object. Another is DevTools. Open Flutter DevTools. This is very useful. DevTools. the DevTools with performance. It's very useful. With performance, run the DevTools. We find many of features to test our application, to test the performance. Here you find the performance, but in debug mode. If you need to profile mode to see the real performance of your application. We will talk about app build types in the next session, but here is the performance tests. You find also many things useful. You find also CPU profiler, memory, debugger, network, logging, many of them. It's useful. The network, the logging, the provider, anything. The app size, you can analyze the app size. All of these things with DevTool. Flutter DevTool. This is tests for Flutter performance. Maybe we talked about all over of these things with Flutter tests, performance. Now we talked about performance tests, about DevTools, about debug mode, about Flutter Doctor. Let us see Flutter Doctor before moving to the next session. With Flutter Doctor, just run the Flutter Doctor command. Doctor. You can use -v for full Flutter Doctor. Yes, Flutter -v. This inspects your environment. You can use also Flutter Doctor -v to full inspect, or -v. Yes, -v maybe. Flutter Doctor -v. No. Return back to the Flutter Doctor. It's Flutter Doctor -v. Yes. This is a full inspect to your application or your environment, development environment. This is Flutter Doctor command. Now we move to app building types. This is three categories: debug, profile, and release. When you use one of them, another of them, when you use it, or where. Now we will talk about that. With debug and profile, you have the option of hot reload and hot restart. We talked about before. Hot reload and restart. For example, we have this icon for hot reload, Flutter hot reload, and hot restart appear here. Let us run the application. This topic or this feature run with debug and profile. There is no hot reload and restart with release. So this is the idea here. you run the application, you find the hot reload and hot restart with debug and profile mode. If you need to run profile mode, you need to connect with real device, not emulator or simulator. You can connect the real device with USB or with USB cable or over Wi-Fi with modern Android SDK, for example 13 or from 11, I think from 11 or 12 Android SDK. You can use connection with real device. Here is the hot reload. If you, for example, let this screen, for example, and make hot reload, you can see the result directly. If you need to hot restart, this is the hot restart. Rerun the application, and this is the hot reload. You can use this with debug or profile mode. You can connect with real devices here, with physical device or pairing using Wi-Fi. To use this feature, you need to Android 11 device or with Swift or with iOS iPhone. It is possible. The same for all of them. Just connect the device and run it with Android Studio or Visual Studio Code. Another way without command in Android Studio, you go to Tools, then Flutter, then any of them. With debug mode, you can check the print. With profile, no print. Another thing with debug is debug mode. If you run the debug mode, you find the red banner into your application. If we run the application, we find the red label into application. It's debug mode. If you want to delete it or hide it, just debug show checked banner false. But this is important to know if you run into debug mode or profile mode. If we run this, we find the banner, the red banner has gone away. Wait for running. The red label is gone. If we delete this, it is returned back. This is into the debug mode, not other thing. There is another feature with profile, as we talked, real device and real performance. With release, there is many things another of that. With release, there is something called archive with Xcode. If you want to publish the application into the stores, you need to archive the application, open it with Xcode, then archive the application. If we return back from tools, Flutter, open the application into Xcode. You need to if you want to build iOS from Android Studio, just click Flutter Build iOS, then return back to the Xcode. Automatically sign the application with the Xcode. While building, it should be from Xcode, not from here, with signed ID. Here we need to maybe rerun the application. Now if we want to archive the application for building into is here, open iOS module in Xcode from tools, trust and open. Now we open our application into Xcode. From Xcode here we find the option of archive. We choose the device, then from build, from product, we have the option of archive. Archive, build failed, no problem. You need to unique ID for the application, and you need to log in with team, with Apple team. This is important. Without signing, from product archive, you need to, everything is correct, but the idea here, there is something here to define from some settings here. With Xcode, you need the unique ID, and with Android, you need to generate signing for the application. App signing for the Android. If you want to publish your application into Google Play Store, you need to sign your app. And follow the steps in this page. That's it. Return back. With release also, you need to unique ID for application for Android and iPhone, and archive the application with team, developer team, with iPhone, with Apple. This is the app building types. It's a 3: debug, profile, and release. We talked about many things in this course. We talked about some introduction about Flutter. Next we move it to Flutter environment configuration. Then we talked about run first Flutter app, then declarative and imperative, and the importance of declarative UI, declarative programming. All of these things Flutter is based on. So if you understand the declarative, in my opinion, you understand the Flutter, the whole Flutter with declarative concept. Also we talked about responsive design with the media query of context. We talked about Cupertino and Material 3, Fluent UI with Windows 11. We talked about Null Safety. We talked about state management with provider, Riverbud, and block or qubit. We talked about also Riverbud annotation, new features with Riverbud annotation. We talked about also about keys with Flutter and routing and navigation. We talked about Go Router package with meta.co, the package I published into pub.dev. You can add meta.co with Go Router package to support or to make your Flutter application, your web Flutter application is SEO friendly. Also we talked about database options such as offline database or online database. Talked about many options of database, SQLite or SQL entity. We talked about shared preferences. We talked about backend as a service such as Supabase and Firebase. We talked about API with database options. Also we see the apps building types 3: debug, profile, release, and we talked about performance tests such as DevTools, Flutter DevTools, and the command Flutter Doctor or Flutter Doctor-V. Also we talked about Flutter debug mode. If you want to trace your code, this is Flutter course. Now we move to conclusion and references. Maybe this references is useful. This is Flutter Apprentice book with version of 3.3. Be careful with the version. Choose the latest version of Flutter Apprentice. It's a very useful book with e-commerce full application into this book, step by step, in details. Very useful book. Another is optional, clean mobile architecture and building games with Flutter. This toolbox is optional. The first documentation or the first learning resource you think about it is sure you think about the documentation, the official documentation. The official documentation is Flutter.dev, the website of Flutter. Everything here you need is documented here. Another resource you can learn from it is the boring Flutter development show. It's playlist of YouTube, maybe 60 or 70 videos. One video is more than 1 hour or maybe 1 hour and a half. It's very useful. The story of this boring show is every Flutter enhancement or release or changelog with the Flutter SDK, the team of Flutter know you how to enhance your code from first edition to the second. This is the story of the boring Flutter development show. It's very useful. And the widget of the week, maybe it's more than 117 video. One video is 1 minute. Every video is 1 minute or 2 minutes maximum. It's very useful, also specific and targeted with every widget. You view the widget, how it's work and the code to it. This is also resource. The pub.dev for packages. Here you need to be careful when you use packages. You need to what is the code behind the package itself into platforms. So you use the package you need, but not all packages. So here be careful when using packages with pub.dev. Be careful with grades of this package, points of Flutter team grading. This is useful. And another resource, if you want to read, Fuchsia.dev, its operating system, total operating system built with Flutter and other technologies, totally built with Flutter. Another is Zircon. Zircon is Dart package, totally Dart package. Zircon into Fuchsia operating system. This is engineer Mouaz Al-Shahmeh, Google Developer Library author with the Flutter and Dart technologies. Software engineer. This is Linktree QR code. Thank you. See you later.